Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. And what the hell do I mean by that? Well, real simple. I don't multitask very well. And so I'm using this system to capture everything I see on my video screens here, on my trading screens, and my voiceover or this narration provides insight as to what I was thinking. I have a complete, fully transparent, and fully accountable record of all of my live trading. And I don't have to do any screen snapping and typing and all those kind of things. Now, I am not a licensed... I'm not licensed, or I should, to provide trade or financial advice. And there is a disclaimer in the description here of the stream. However, having said that, I trade my own account with AMP Futures, funded by me with real money, dollars, every day. And I only trade, I have a system that I use, and I only trade statistically verified or vetted trades, setups. And it's not exactly action-packed adrenaline rush trading, but I think it's the way to approach trading as a business. So that's kind of I don't know what to say about that. I trade live, real, in detail, fully accountable here in this stream, and that's why the stream is so long. It's 7 hours every day, from now until 1500, because I take no trades off the stream. All right, let's get on with the numbers now, which we actually are starting to get some of. So what a coincidence that is, eh? So we have our retail sales out today. Everything was not very good. A big surprise. These are my two news sources. This is investing.com. This is the economic calendar. And they only report normal, scheduled, traditional economic numbers and reports. Retail sales, PPI, non-farm payroll, those kind of things. There's no non-typical events brought into this docket. Now, I like this presentation for screen snapping and posting into Discord or wherever. You can filter this, let me first say, for wherever you are, time zone, reports you're interested in, etc. No problem. And as you might notice by all these ads flying around here, this is free. I try to keep them free so that anybody can have access to the same resources I use. There's nothing I can do about Bookmap or IRT. Those are both paid for, have to be. So there you are. This is our calendar for today. Tomorrow's going to be a big one because they're going to just let me right now get this up here up front. They're going to release non-farm payroll for January tomorrow. It was supposed to be put out last Friday, of course, the first Friday of every month. But it seems like the new norm administration-wise is to just kind of laissez-faire and do it whenever. There was using the excuse of the government shutdown, which was one day on Monday. So I don't know. But anyway, that's that. We are in earnings season. Coke's out this morning, and there is a bunch of them. I think the only one of the Mag 7 left is NVIDIA, and I'm not sure when that's releasing, to be honest with you. So that's investing.com. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. And they are similar. They have a similar docket feature over here. You can't, one of the things I wanted to point out, if, for example, you don't know what the core retail sales report's all about, you notice how this title turns into a URL in investing.com. You can click on that, and it'll take you to a detail of the charts and the number of releases and explanation and all that stuff. Very good info. I use Financial Juice for two reasons. Number one, you'll notice right here, 1500, Trump speaks on Fox Business. Trump's at signing time. I'm not sure what that means. These are non-typical financial or economic, releases. However, I hope you're aware that any of this kind of thing, and I don't mean just Trump, I mean any of the non-typical economic releases that present themselves now can have an effect on our auction. So I really appreciate that they bring those into the schedule. And you'll never see these in the calendar in investing.com unless it's been scheduled out like a few days. Maybe Trump's going to give a special speech to the nation or something. That would be put in there. And then on the right side over here is more of a squawk box feel. Again, you can filter it. Again, it's free. And there you go. Now let's get on to the pre-market, which is what matters, right? So here we are. This is Investing Investor RT. It's my charting. Micro ES, Micro NQ, Micro ES, my micro composite or high time frame chart, and this is the ES and the mini market profile chart. I also track the same configuration in the minis as opposed to the micros. And turn off those naked volume points control. There you go. But I'm trading minis or micros, so that's what we're looking at. Now, let me point out first and foremost that in the header of all my IRT charts, you can see the chart name, which means nothing to anybody but me. The instrument, the type of chart, the periodicity, and the session. So that's always available. Should be no questions then. This is Renko. This is a Renko. This is the previous RTH session from yesterday, and this is the overnight so far. This is my high time frame chart called micro. I refer to as a micro composite. Again, very simple. Only the day session, RTH session, daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite VPOC. These high and low volume nodes, which are designated by the red and green lines over here, those values push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. So what does it look like we've accomplished overnight? We had our open right there. We're essentially 80% short all night. Pretty much of a balanced profile. We had that number, and now we're back up here to entry again. If they take it up a little bit, we'll just be flattened out. I'm expecting an open auction today. Big short covering day yesterday and day before, or Friday. I think the market's going to be in an open auction, kind of a wait and see, even though there's all-time high just above, and they're all just so giddy to get up there. We have big economics week this week, including non-farm payroll tomorrow. So that's typically a wait and see kind of deal. Don't know, to be honest about it. Bookmap. Now, this is the Bookmap chart, or heat map, whatever you want to call it. The columns from right to left, this is the dome or the price ladder, order book, whatever you want to call it. These are the prices, and this is the resting liquidity at each price. This is my high time frame column, my micro composite, where I manually enter these values. And these are the high and low volume nodes. Now, this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700, and will continue through 1600 today. RTH volume profile from yesterday's RTH, and it'll reset this morning at 8:30. And this is my statistical column, which we'll get into in a second. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. I start pushing these at 1700 Sunday evening through 1600, continuously through 1600 Friday afternoon. If anybody would like access to those prices, I'll get happy to give you to share the link. I do with a lot of people, free, no problem. Just let me know. It's like, subscribe, and let me know something in the chat. Okay, this is the heat map, which is a version of that. First thing it's important to know, I keep my approach to the market is from a point of view of price action or price levels, data, volume, and probabilities. I don't use any indicators on my Bookmap or IRT. And I try to keep all the colors consistent between the two. Now, there's a POC for the full session and a POC for the full session, which is kind of a muted yellow, and a POC for the RTH. POC, very simple. Only a marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. There you are. So far in the overnight session, we've traded 4,098 contracts. The split second, any one of these other prices trades 44,099 contracts. The yellow line or the POC is going to move there. That's all it is. It just marks the price with the most volume in the session. Easy. A VWAP, volume weighted average price for the Globex and the RTH, and a mid for the RTH. That's it. The rest of these lines and levels are just, they're straightforward. Overnight high, previous close, settlement. It's pretty easy. There's a couple of levels that do cause a little trouble sometimes, and that's the initial balance or the IB high and low because of the naming. They only represent the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, nothing more. All right, let's mosey on to the, and Blue Boy over here is just a vertical line that I throw on the first print of every session, so I can make sure that I glance and see that line. I know I have the entire session in view so I can be confident I'm aware of the context of the session. Now, this is the statistical column or statistics open column. First thing I do every morning is determine what I expect the open to be in terms of our statistic open. And it's real simple. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? It would be higher. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? It would be within range. So, first thing I do is change the column title to higher in range. Boom. Ooh, that wasn't who I had in mind. There you go. Now, the statistics are from yesterday, so we need to clear those out and determine the statistics for today's open and today's market RTH session. And we do that right over here by the statistics study in IRT. You see yesterday it was lower in range. Now IRT graciously highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30 or wherever you are, 8:30 Central Standard Time. Also notice that some of these have a blue text and some text is black. Whichever one of these statistics are achieved in the current RTH session, IRT changed the text from black to blue. Pretty handy. We've now determined we're going to open higher in range. Again, like everything I do, simple, straightforward, data-driven, logical. the system looks back at 1,673 most recent trading days. Of those days, we opened higher in range 517 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7% of the time, or 417 overnight volume point of control, 80.7. And that right there is just as tough as it gets. Next is the overnight mid, and then I'm just going to go down the line. Overnight high, blah, blah, blah. There we go. So overnight mid, 74.7. And that is somewhere around here, hiding right there, I have a feeling. Yeah, 74.7. Overnight high, I believe, was the next one. 74.3. And I want to do one of the IBs for you here real quickly. IB high, there we go, 67.9. Well, remember the IB high was right here. So we're going to go 67.9 IB high. And I always put the initials because if you remember the definition, the minute we open, that flag will no longer be there. It will move up to the top above the current price. So I want to know what was 67.9. What did that flag represent? And I'll know it's the IB high. There you go. Wow. Come on now, Alice. Let's do this right. There we go. Wow. This is no good. Why is it doing this for me? Nope. I sound like Homer today. Never mind. Okay, so previous close, 69.6. Well, that's right in there too. Okay, that's kind of a good one to notice. These are just probabilities. This is the percentage of time that this value was revisited by price in the upcoming RTH session, or the current RTH session, within a 1,673 day data set, trading day data set in an RTH session. That's all. So don't get all crazy. And previous high, where did that go? Previous low is 35. Where's previous high? There, previous high, 58.4. After you do these for a while, you sort of come to realize which ones are going to maybe be revisited first, typically. I mean, and all you have to do is look at the probabilities, right? Now, here's an interesting one. Now, well, not really. Price is very definitely moving higher, so that's a good thing. It's not going to come down and make me do this all over again. And I will update the rest of these. Let's see what value area high used to be here. 70.0. Now, one thing to point out, the value area high and low differ from the developing value area high and low in that developing represents the current auction and value area high and low represent the previous auction. After we open, I will change the charting in IRT from full session to RTH so that this value area high and low will represent yesterday's RTH session, and the current developing value area and high and low will represent today's session. Okay, cool. Now let's do something. Let's do the thing I do every day at 8:20, which is called the TLab snap. And, oh, I don't want to do that. And you ask, what is the TLab snap? Well, and this is also why I don't multitask very well. It's also the the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And it is free. One of the highlights is you're never solicited for anything. And every day at 8:20, every day before around 6, I post the numbers in there, and every day around 8:20, I put this snap in for anybody in there that might not have all the same kind of access to the same charting. Tom B is the guy that runs that, or I think I said that. Now, he's a professional trader with 46 plus years of experience, and I believe he's successful. I have no proof of that. I've never seen, some trading thing he did 6 years ago, you know what I mean? And I've never seen his live account or verified account statements. I do know that he does not trade live in TLab, nor does he call trades. And it's a Discord site. So I do believe that he's what he says he is. And there's a lot of good people in there that I like and work with also. I spent a lot of time in there before I started the stream. I started having my journal here virtual, which was actually a suggestion from Tom, or thought it was a good idea. Tom thought it was a good idea to focus on your trading and your methodology. Hey, Popeye, you? Yeah, it's going to be, that's the last of the Mag 7. The rest of them have already reported Cokes out today. We had Alphabet was last week, and the week before that was Tesla and Google and Meta. So, yeah, absolutely. So there we are with the TLab. Now let's get back to the business at hand, which is more important here. I think I did that enough, or right, correct, or something. Probably a good idea to be able to trade with Bookmap, would you think? So the way you do that is you must first activate the trade control panel with this little button right here and select a way that you will, or a method you'll use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place your mouse is active to trade is the active data column. If you choose DOM, it's the DOM columns right here. And if you choose both, it's, as you might imagine, both of them. Now, I've got the statistics down there, and the most important thing in my world is the multi-brackets, because in this risk environment, you should very definitely use full bracket orders when you enter a trade, and make sure, if you're trading live, make sure that they're server side. Yesterday is a perfect example. I went out for a walk. I did not have a trade on, but I went out for a walk and came back in, and the internet had dropped out and Rhythmic was off. Well, if I were in a trade then, that could have been a crisis but my system, AMP, futures, Rhythmic data is all, stops, targets are all server side. So that would have been a godsend. Now, the first thing you do is you need to understand that the minimum risk neutral package is a 2 lot. And the second thing you must enter or understand or have calculated, determined, is your stop loss for the entire package. And now is not the time to be doing that. You should have done that last night in your steady period, early this morning, whenever there's no pressure and you're hot and cold. You need to be thinking about the first parameter that I suggest you look at is your account risk tolerance. What instrument are you trading? What's the volatility? What's the volatility of the market right now? Once you have established those and you have these two numbers, then the first risk neutral trade or target is easy. It's for half of the package. Remember I said it needed to be even. And then it's for the same number of stops or ticks positively as the stop is negative. Once this is achieved, the worst you can do is scratch, unless you're a donut and you move your stop away from your entry, and then you have a lot bigger issues to worry about. Then there's the runner. Set it up however you want it. I'm working on the 2-lot. And I have been doing a break even, and I'm going to do that manually now. And I would use the Execution Pro for that. When T1 is achieved, it would trail to entry. I'm going to do it manually. So there we are. Now, once you have established these things, you don't need the trade. I don't need the trade control panel tools anymore. There's the trade metrics. I also have all of them up here. You can turn these off or on if you want to, but I like them on. And so I can turn this back off. It stays green. I can trade, but I get my real estate back. I get cancel and close, and I'm now ready to trade the market with both in both configurations. And let me just point out to you that this is a real dangerous piece of ground right here. If you accidentally click over here for any reason in this column and you have selected chart, you have an order or a trade on whether you wanted to or not. And I haven't done that for a long time, but I did yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, after I had gotten the system restarted and the stream restarted, and I was trying to get my price levels to come to within, close to the $1 setting that I like, or 1 point that I like to have them. And somehow I got right over here, and the minute I touched that button, I had a long on. Now, I've conditioned and trained myself that the second I see that, I immediately, typically close all and then cancel. And yesterday I backfired and canceled first and then closed. It cost me 4 ticks is all on a 2-lot, but still be real careful of this column. I've actually emailed Bookmap. I would like to have Bookmap add the ability to put a hotkey with the mouse, so that you couldn't accidentally do that. Now, maybe I'm the only guy on the planet that ever makes that mistake. I don't know. For the longest time, when I converted from hotkeys trading and my keyboard to the mouse, I only would activate the DOM columns, but that was kind of hard for me to see over here. I like the layout the way I have the data, and I didn't want to put the DOM close to the market, so it was kind of tough. And I believe that trading with your mouse in Bookmap is faster and more accurate. So there you go. And my plan here with this layout is to have all of the data I need to trade right here on the hard right edge. And we're going to open in about 1.5 minutes. And fingers crossed I didn't forget something. And welcome to the stream. Thanks a lot for dropping in there. It's really nice to have some feedback and, like, subscribe, all that stuff. Okay, I think we're ready to rock. We're going to open in 4 seconds. Let's see if we do. Oh, we've already reset here a little bit early, but that's okay. That's a pleasure that that's finally working again. That was such a drama. Jesus. All right, now I'm going to switch the IRT charting to full session. I mean RTH session. The way you do that is real tough. You go like that right there. And save it. As I said, I also do these. The reason I do this, as I explained earlier in the pre-market, this changes the configuration of the charting so that the relationship between developing value area high and low and value area high and low, etc., is correct, reflecting yesterday's RTH session. Oh, look at us go. Wonder if we got an opening range trade. I'm busy doing all of this. I'm not even paying attention to the trading stuff. Okay, let's see now whether the opening range trade did something. We should be in along. Right here, there's the opening range. It's ticked out one. I've got it set for 2 ticks. That should have indicated along. That's all the opening range trade does. And why I don't see that is a little weird. Maybe we haven't hit 2 ticks up here yet. Notice on any of my IRT charts, the info box here will reflect where we are. So this is the number 2 candle, and the high so far is 95.75. Oh, it's exactly they've got them the same. Okay, that's why there's no trade long or short so far on the opening range trade, which is not anything I recommend, but I wanted to practice coding some stuff up, and I thought this would be an interesting trade to look at, because so many people post stuff about every 3 months on YouTube about opening range trades to catch more subscribers. And it's, happens every day, so it's real easy to cherry pick. And now there's got to be a big lag going on here. 6 seconds. Okay, so there's a 6-second lag going on there. And I'm pretty sure we have gotten outside of ourselves over here. Something's wrong. This is way off. This data's lagging really bad. We are up over 96 now. Boy, I tell you, I've got everything shut off I can think of on IRT except for this one. And this one's a heavyweight chart. This is that, get rid of that. And that. And get back over here and see if that made a difference. Well, the initial balance trade is still not on the books, if you want to believe that. This is one of the problems with IRT or with Bookmap that I have without putting candlesticks on it, which you can do. So let's see if we get a trade over here. In the meantime, I'm going to throw Blue Boy on the job on the opening print. Close enough. The girls I go with. The girl I go with. Well, there's 2 actually. Tam got the daughter. Well, are we going to get our first opening range signal outside? 2 seconds. I just don't see the action on the IRT chart here, the same activity that I see in Bookmap. Oh, and I can tell you why. One of the reasons why, right there. God, I hate that. Now, see if we get the same kind. Yeah, there we go. Okay. The minute this progress bar down here is gray, the chart is not updating. And that's real frustrating. And I need to ask Eddie or somebody how the hell to prevent that from ever happening. We're in a really light range now. We've got 89 to 96. So we're in an 8-handle range on the opening range. Be careful. If we break out the bottom, that would indicate that we were going to take a, if you're taking the opening range trade, that would be a short. And we haven't taken either one of them yet. I'd say we're going to get it short side here in a second, but you never know. That should do it right there. Now let's see if this stupid thing is going to take a trade, take a trade or not. Well, I sent this to the system, so that would be the opening range short. That would have been the time to go short. And so far, we would be close to a scale. One of the few times that thing works. And I'm not sure what in the Sam hell is going on here. Well, there's our actual opening range. Oh, it says the entry. There's the entry. T1. These are based on the... I don't know what's going on here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're in the trade. All right. So we're in the trade, and we have taken T1, and no, we haven't. We're going to hear pretty quick, though. The way I've got this coded, T1 is the range, which we just achieved. So T1 would now be supposed to be achieved. And then T2 is a typical 48 ticks. I set it at the range width, at the opening range width. And should have gone short on the live market over here on Bookmap. That's one of the few times I've sat here and watched this and had it actually work. Well, there you go. Should have just taken the damn trade myself. And the thing about the opening range trade is, assuming that it continues to work, you can manage that trade for a long time and milk it for all it's worth, or let me rephrase, let your winners run. And it automatically cuts your losers short because what it does, there's the stop. It puts a stop right above, 2 ticks above, or however I can, Alice. I can set my my ticks, stop entry. Where'd they go down here? There you are. I can set my stop, ticks above, ticks below for stoppers. I got the maximum range to filter, so if it's more than 12 ticks, it doesn't take it in the opening range period and all that kind of stuff. That's how it works. Those are all set with VPound variable in advance. And you can read, just for my own confirmation, you can read that stuff out up here. Now, it's like, could stop out, but it's more than a scratch at this point. I mean, it's more than risk neutral at this point because we have we've taken the T1, which was the equal to the range. That is risk neutral because it should actually be the range plus this tick stop, right? Which is close enough for government work. Okay, well, that worked pretty cool. One of the few times I've seen the opening range trade work, frankly. And we'll let it cook off over there and see what, get back to the real world over here now. Use caution. It's a range is expanding to the downside. But like I said, opening auction. So we opened highs. We opened right on the ETH high and down we are. We get into these low volume nodes here on this big short covering of yesterday. Let's see what happened there, which is the ETH low, by the way. So now if we're not stopped out or achieve our targets on the opening range trade, I'm going to have to give that a thought at the top of the hour because my vetted trade that I do actually trade live on Bookmap is the opening as the initial balance trades. And so I need to get that system concluded over here. With all the drama I'm having with IRT and lag times and all that kind of stuff, I'm not in the mood to. God damn, boy, that's irritating. I'm not in the mood to have both. I can't have this system open and running at the same time because the actual we're going to get to T2. There's the damn world. And who knows, maybe a lot lower. All right, there's T2. So we've just achieved 60 ticks here on the opening range trade. It's about 12 minutes into the session, and there you go. 60 ticks. So there you have it. What I will do now is, what will I do now? Not really sure. I guess I'll take a screen snap of that because I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the hell is going to happen. I don't want that running in the background and sucking up resources. That's obvious. And closing this off, pretty cool. It worked okay. I believe will not stop the system from. There will be no more trades, by the way. It only will trade one trade a day. There's only one opening range trade a day. So I'm going to leave it like it is. And then we're going to jump back over here to the initial balance trade world. And I'll set that one up, bring that system up in a minute and apply it here to the chart. I don't want that. This is the ATR down here. We're up about almost 5 ticks, or 5 points, I mean, excuse me. Notice I've added the ATR to the bottom of the, on my info box over here, so I can look at any candle and see what that ATR is about. I think that works that way. Now I'm could have lied to you, you never know. It does. And here's the ATR down at the bottom. Let's do a quick, oh, sorry. Let's do a quick, this is the, what do we got going on here? Well, 75% average volume for this time of day on a 20-day look back, and 475 on the ATR. Not good. Light volume is not a good environment to trade. These clever boys can jam that market around a lot when it's that way. Well, I wish I had that 60 points in the bag right now off the opening range trade. That would have been pretty sweet. By golly. Hey, Antonio, buen dia. I ran the opening range trade today on the system that I put together, and that's the result. Very slow, very methodical, worked just about exactly. I mean, worked perfectly. One of the few times that I've seen that happen, but it went to 60 ticks. So I took T1 and T2. The way I have it set up here in my system, which I'm not going to open up again, I can set the maximum range that I do not want the opening range wider than, you know, too big. And then depending on which way it goes, in this case, if it's takes the opening range low by however many ticks I specify, in this case 2 ticks, it goes short, and it sets the stop whatever ticks I specify, in this case was 2, above the high. Then there you go. It puts a T1 at the width of the opening range. So it's plus the tick, plus the stop, so it's risk neutral. And then T2 is I haven't gotten clever with that yet. It's just 48 ticks like normal. So there you go. First time in a long time I've seen that thing work, but that would be a great cherry pick for my new oh boy YouTube channel. Tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow, be aware, tomorrow at 7:30 is non-farm payroll for January. I guess they, you know, figure it's whenever they get around to it, it's okay to release it. And I'll point out, last time there was a non-farm last month before last, Trump tweeted it on Truth Social long before the number was released. And somebody called him out on it from within the organization, the administration says, well, when they give me numbers, I tweet them. You know? Wow. But anyway, be aware of that. That happened last time, so be aware of it. Tomorrow, 7:30, according to their, you know, according to what they're saying. Whether the hell that's true or not, that's another story. Non-farm payroll right there. This guy's going to lose his job, it looks like, on account of Epstein. People are falling all over the world on account of Epstein, and over here it's like the people that ought to be in prison are still walking around acting smug about it. It's just freaking amazing, completely, to me. But I think, you know, it'll all come out in the wash. That won't go forever. That won't go forever, I don't think. So we got 10 minutes to the top of the hour, and then I'll throw this. I've made some changes with the opening, yeah, whatever the hell it is, IB high and low trades, trying to get them a little more dependable. I should have mentioned when I was talking about the opening range trade there that I have, yes, coded it up and gotten all those things working properly now. So I feel confident that I will do some, run a couple back tests, but I'll do that later this afternoon. I normally go all through the back testing and that stuff at 1400 Central Standard Time. You know, just rather than throwing it all in hither and yon in the middle of the market, I guess. But I want to see what it produces because yeah. That could never be a go-to trade in my opinion because it's what is once a day. What I need to develop, and I've been trying to get my head around, Yeah, I'm glad you did, and because that's one you don't want to. That's a surprise nobody likes when you forgot about non-farm payroll. Um, uh, I need to. I'm working on trying to work on our world famous Antonio's famous epoch migration trade, or maybe the Rod and Company VWAP to VPOC. I don't know. I've got to come up with a way to code that up, and I've found several different things that are in work. I need a trade that I can trade more than once a day, right? Now here is up through the initial balance high. That is certainly not a statistic because the initial balance doesn't set until 9:30. Remember, but here we go with that rotational open auction that I was suspecting during the pre-market. Boom, boom. Will this lend itself as a mean reversion day? Beats the hell out of me. Trade what you see, not what you think. I'm pissed I didn't hit into that opening range trade. It just, I'm not confident enough even that it was going to be, that everything was working right, so I will always, hopefully I will always err on the side of caution. Oh, and I'm sorry for the stream dropping off yesterday. Hopefully you were already gone, Antonio. Or Poppy. How do you say that? Sorry, I don't mean to. I'm a donut when it comes to reading. Well, what are we doing here? Oh boy, we're going to make new all-time highs. Won't it be great? The economy's so great. Retail sales are on their ass. Non-farm payroll is going to be a flat mess. I think they're trying to get as many people long in the market as they can. And when they pull the rug, good. Okay. Now, around noonish, the IT dropped out, the internet dropped out, and I wasn't here. I was walking. So, they are. And I have not figured out a way to restart an existing stream. I don't think you can do so. So I fired up a new one real fast. I didn't take any trades, but, well, that's not the truth. I fat fingered an error late in the day. I was trying to adjust the session prices here, and I accidentally got my mouse just over into that column, and I was in a trade for, that's a real dangerous place to be, this column right here. Obviously, I mean, I have a conditioned response to hit, close, and cancel as fast as usually I can catch it without losing anything. Yesterday it cost me 4 ticks. But, and I don't know what to do about it. I've sent an email to Bookmap, please, could they add a hotkey option? So that when I want to trade, I could just hit a control or whatever, a hotkey, have my finger on it ready to hit the mouse and not accidentally, like I was just trying to get the session prices or these prices here lined out the way I wanted them to, as far as gapping, and all it takes is right there. If I click left right there right now, I'm in a long, intended or not. Exactly what happened yesterday. It's in the stream and it's on the noted, I haven't done that in a long time, but I was tired and pissed and trying to get the stream revitalized and all that kind of stuff. And Managed to shoot myself in the foot to boot. One of Dr. Rod's IB30s is now in play. And in case you don't know what that means, there is, I hope you understand that the initial balance, as I said in the pre-market, the initial balance only represents the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's the world famous initial balance statistic, blah, blah, blah. Well, and it's the first rule in my initial balance trading system. Our friend Rod, very competent guy, coder and trader, has one that he came up with statistically, which is called the IB30, and that says very simply that there's a high probability the high or the low of the first 30 minutes, in other words, right here we are, where we are right now, are often exceeded by the high or low of the second 30 minutes. So they call it the IB30. There you go. That would be an easy one for me to code, actually, because I've already got the initial balance stuff and all those rules in there. Maybe. I want something that's more than that. Well, then I better get, come to think about it, I better get myself organized over here. So here is the initial balance chart, which is nothing more than custom indicators and initial balance, so that I can watch the system trade and confirm things are happening where and when I expect them to. Now here is the initial balance setup or system. And these are the rules. I call them rules because that's what IRT says. I don't know, elements, whatever you want to call them. Anyway, rules, there we go. Now, this is the trading system. It is for the IB trades. There's two of which. One is the IB continuation. You can imagine what that is. And one is the IB failure. IB continuation. Price trades up here, takes the IB, goes to the continuation zone, comes back to the trigger zone, continues. It's a directional or a trend day kind of a trade. Pullback or failure. IB comes up here, takes the IB, comes into the pullback zone, trigger, reverts to the mean. IBF, IB failure. It's just a fancy, an IB related name for a mean reversion trade. So these lines and levels are just custom indicators that I built for this chart so that I can see what's going on. Now there, you see that none of these are over here yet because it's not 9:30. They will be at 9:30. And at 9:30, these lines and levels will push across to Bookmap, and you'll see them materialize on both sides of the IB, high and the IB low. So there are 3 rules in the system, and I'm not very imaginative in my naming. It's A, B, and trigger. There you go. Now, what I'm going to do now is send the system to this chart, and I'm going to turn these off so they don't be drawing lines all over the place. It will start plotting the profit band if and when there's a trade. Now, real important to emphasize at this point for the transparency of the stream. This is now trading live today's data, this chart, but within the IRT simulated environment, because I'm not confident in my code warrior skills to be using this to send trades to my live account. They happen right over here. What I do to forward test is when I have the signals, which are up here, and you'll see an A and a B and whatever go on over here, for a trade, I manually enter that trade in Bookmap. And I have the same setup, which I'm going to confirm right now, in IRT for that trade as Bookmap. So right now I was testing out last night a 2-tick stop and a 16-tick target for both A and B. So that would have been kind of disappointing, wouldn't it? What's going on here? God damn it. I'm setting up the stops and the triggers. This is the standard risk neutral 2-lot with no trailing stop. I'm not sure whether I want to do that or not. I think what I want to do is I'm going to trail this at 12 ticks. So in other words, when we achieve T1, it will bring the stop to entry. Now I've added a couple of things since last time we talked about all this. There's an ATR filter. If the ATR is greater than 7, it won't enter a trade. I've also done some stuff in the past 24 hours. Change this code around so that, hold on, let me not forget what I'm doing here. Every time you make a change in one of these rules, you got to do this. Okay. So that when it used to function as this way. If you have an A and you have a B, okay, there can be an A for the continuation. There could be an A and a B in the trigger for the pullback. One would not reset the flags of the other when it was in a position and then had gotten, closed the position. I changed that over the weekend or yesterday or whatever it was. Now, anytime the system is in a position, when that position goes flat, it clears all of the flags. So it starts over. Because I was finding random entries, way away from the initial balance someplace because we had an A and a B and a trigger, but we hadn't had the consistency set up yet, or it was already in a trade for the opposite direction. And, it's kind of confusing, but so we'll see what happens. And it's made a definite difference in the performance of the statistics for the backtesting, which we'll go over later this afternoon. But I believe it's more accurate. So let's see what I'm expecting now. We're at 3.5, so that's no problem. I don't know a better way to do this. I was wanting to have it in a note up here so there wasn't something down there, but anyway. And you'll notice I do have it on the in the info window. So we have now 20 minutes to wait until the initial balance statistic is in play. Yeah, there we go. So that opening range trade just worked out sweeter than a little bit. I'm kind of disappointed. I wasn't mentally ready to trade it, and I should have been. You'll see why I should have been right there. And then here we go across the other way, huh? But that's the setup, and that's how it works. So it's pleasing. I'll run the stats on that later, and then we'll see. I think, I don't know. I don't want to say anything. I think, therefore I am, I think. Or however that goes. We're temperatures and everything's good here. We're in the 20C now, so that we got rid of that. I guess we're getting ready for a hurricane now. This place kind of what I've discovered about this place is that they kind of lurch from one weather crisis to the other. What are you going to do? Huh? Well, we have the VPOC migrating all over the place, up and down and back and forth, and got a pretty toothy looking profile here. That's not too encouraging, is it? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, I'm going to re-download the data. This chart's not making any sense to me here. Looks like we're in a definitely rotational, huh? Open auction. So far. Now it's time for my usual spiel about how I approach this story. So the initial balance trade and how I approach trading in general is as follows. My intention is to trade as a statistically driven or probability driven business. Not with as least amount of discretion as I can possibly do or avoid. And I recognize that the market is fairly random, that there are millions of participants. So how could you possibly imagine that they would all agree to something at the same time? I don't think so. I also understand that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50 because this is a binary event. What can price do? It can go up or it can go down. There's no such thing as horizontal movement. That's time, which we put on it. Can't go diagonally, can go up or down, period. So I've adopted, or I'm trying to adopt, the methodology of the most successful hedge funds and traders in the world, like Jim Simmons and the guys like that, that it is a random market and that you need to approach it from a probability or point of view where you identify a pattern that happens, or a signal, or whatever you want to call it, that happens frequently, and the rules that qualify that, backtest it over a statistically significant data set, and if it has a positive expectancy, then in the live market, you take every instance of that trade that presents itself, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the expectancy to your bank. And that's it in a nutshell. It's also the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. Exactly the same business model. And so that's what I'm trying to do. The trades that I've identified and back-tested, and which, we're just talking about setting up, is the initial balance trades. So that's what I'll be watching for this morning. Now, let me also point out that my usual warning: do not trade towards or in anticipation of the statistic, especially a day like this when we're just rotating back and forth. It's real easy. Okay, right now is a bad example, but we may come across the POC and be looking at the IB high, just like we did right here. And then what happened? Well, we did this. So the statistic happens at 9:30. Do not, in my opinion, my recommendation, don't try to trade in anticipation of it. When the statistic is accomplished, that's A. And then you look for B, and then you look for the trigger, and then boom, Bob's your uncle, and in you go. Simple as that. I do not know why this keeps doing that. And this has been real trying lately. That's why I've spent the weekend and the last few dozen hours trying to get my head around a more contained or reserved initial balance system, putting in the ATR filter and making sure that the context algorithm was working, because the back testing's been, or the forward testing has been terrible. 8 stops in a row, 8 stops consecutively. Now the system back tested over 500 days has 6 consecutive losses in a row. So I should be questioning until you have exceeded the parameters of your back test. You don't change anything because you're within specs. Once you get past specs, then you look to change stuff. So that's what I did. So we'll see what happens. Whoa, that sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, the world, that these morons over here don't want to believe that there's such a thing as global warming and climate change, but I'm pretty sure there is, I know it's weird. Yeah, that sucks. I'm so sorry for those people. Yeah, the Azores High, I know it very well. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. And when bad weather hits and traditionally the area is not ready for it, that's a real problem. That's like down here when there's this ice and snow and stuff, people are whistling off over overpasses right, left, and center, and they have no clue because they're not used to it. Yeah, and it's like when I was in Angola, everybody was used to it, right? That when you moved into a house, the first thing you did was built a water tank and put in a generator and put in a water pump because you knew the power was going to go out all the time and you might have water 2 or 3 days a week if you were lucky. So you made do. It's like living on a boat or something. You take care of yourself. You become self-reliant. But when you're in a place which is typically you don't have those issues, and then they happen, it's a real mess, and it's really, really trying on the poor people affected. Yeah, my heart goes out to you. Definitely. Okay, we're going to punch up here to the IB high once again. Remember, there's 12 minutes left or something like that. Can't even do math is hard. Maybe that was 8 minutes. I better have another bite of homemade sourdough bread here real quick for the. Okay, what's going on over here? Well, so far nothing. And that's a good thing. That's what's supposed to be going on over here so far. Now, when 9:30 happens and the initial balance statistic becomes a thing, here's a perfect example of my warning: don't trade to the statistic. You're all excited right here that we're going to go up through and we're going to take it. And this happens. Well, we got an extra bedroom here. We could clear out pretty quick. So get on over here, dude. Panda'd be tickled. She learned Portuguese. So here we go. 5 minutes. VPOC migration. One of the trades that a lot of people take frequently, and I don't know whether you do or not, is this VWAP VPOC to, I don't mean that. I mean mid to VWAP VPOC to VPOC thing. Like right here, for example. I got to learn how to, tell the system to look for all those levels. God, I wish I was 50 years younger. Or a lot richer, and I could just have some code warrior, code monkey do this. All right, no lag. Let's see if it stays like that. That's the thing that really worries me here. And we're under 4 ATR, so that's good. Yeah, I tell you what, and if they keep goofing around with this weather and they are able to negatively impact the Gulf Stream, oh, now there's going to be a big, big problem. That's what scares me about people in power that just seem to be oblivious to anything. I just find it hard to believe. I mean, I find it really troubling. Here was that fat. Oh, I hate it when I do that. And I do that all the time. Now, come on, now, don't be weird. Here was that fat finger yesterday. 14. Almost top of the hour. Got out of it with, and that's just by trying to adjust this time, these prices, and not letting my mouse just trickle over here. And the minute I went down on it with the left, I was in the long. Now, of course, I could have gotten out at T1. Absolutely never do that. Always immediately flatten and cancel. That's my advice. And of course, it's like every other trade that you go, you cherry pick and go, well, look there, you could have made T1. Yeah, I could have. And then the other 15 times that I've done that, I got salt pounded in my butt, So there you go. There you have it. And I don't know what to do about that. That's the first time I've done that in a really long time. Maybe tired, there's a million excuses, of course, and they're all The problem is on this side of the keyboard, or this side of the monitor always. Well, there we go, boys and girls, 9:30. And in a second now, miraculously, all of these levels are going to pop over here. Do we have a statistic? No, we do not. Do we want one? Oh, looky there. Here they come. So now, the initial balance trade is active. There's no signals. We have nothing to do except anticipate. This is one of the important, or the really, I find, nice things about trading statistically vetted trades. Nothing's hurry, scurry, and blurry, you know? You just wait. You're like stalking, or I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to see if I get an A signal, and then I'll be waiting to see if I get a B signal, and then if I get a trigger, boop, I'm in the trade. There we are. Now that will be an A, or should be. And got a lag going on over here, which I'm not liking much. There's the A signal. Okay, and we haven't gotten anything yet, B or otherwise. "14 minutes. What is this 14-second lag story all about?" Well, now the next maneuver would be, first of all, I'm going to try to do this without breaking everything over here. Okay, it doesn't. This lag thing is driving me crazy. Okay, there we go. So there's our A, and that signal is correct because what's happened? The signal has gone through the A, has gone through the IB high. Previous was lower and higher, high. There we are. Now the next signal would be a B. That will be whether it goes up to the continuation zone, pulls back to the cleverly named pullback zone, and then look for the trigger. And let me say that these signal markers are separate and apart from the trade system. They're a different, you see the statistic rule, and there's the statistic signal. They started out identical, but you know, as things change, now there we're going to get a B, and there we have it. That should remain a B, and it will. Now, if we get a trigger, which means it pulls back to the trigger zone, I need to confirm what's going on over here. I'm on both. I'm on a 2-lot. I've got the risk neutral package ready to rock, and I'm set. So what I would need to do here, and I would not be very happy about it particularly, but if we pull back to this trigger zone, I need to go short. It's kind of disappointing because it looks to me like they're leaning long, but you have to do what you have to do. I'm also looking at a reset. The next thing I will code into this is a reset value. if it runs way past where you expect it to go, if, in other words, if for this to be a valid trade, in my opinion, you need to get the stat, you need to get the B, and you need to get the trigger, and down you go. Not come down to the mid and the VWAP and the, and then go back up to the trigger. I think that is really decreasing the chances or the probabilities of that trade working out. But of course, for me to even say that is BS, because I don't know the probability. The only way to determine that is to run a back test on the system as it is originally, make the change, and then run the second back test. That's the only way to systematically test it that I know of. Well, this is pretty weird. The system is on a trade here that it should not be. So what the hell happened? How could that be? This is the trigger. There's at no point in time did this come back to the trigger. So something is askew here. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. I will continue to monitor this, and my problem now is that we're having higher lows and higher highs, and we're above open. And we've taken the IB high, so my initial feeling is that we're probably going to go higher, but I don't have anything to worry about yet because we haven't taken a trigger, and I don't know what in the hell that's all about. Hi, Panda. How are you? So whatever that short the system decided to do by itself is there's T1, so it's risk neutral, and that makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. And that's not a good thing because I'm who it should make sense to. One of the things I did as a code change here was added the context filter and the ATR filter to the trigger action. Which I thought was going to prevent this fourth rule right here from triggering. Well, the third rule from triggering, which prevents the fourth rule from triggering. The way it works is A, B, trigger, entry. Oops. A, B, trigger, entry. Now I've got to look at what the trigger on the failure short is, and that would be over here. Right there, IBF failure short. That's the trigger. How can that be? That's right there is what. How did that get set to 1? These did not exist. These 93 and 94 are the high and the low of the trigger zone. Oh, that's really weird now. Ooh, spooky. I don't know what to tell you. Other than bummer. Well, not a bummer. I'm not in anything, you know, but still. I'll think long and hard now before I'm going to put this trade on. That's for sure. Well, we'll test. We'll see what happens. When we cross over here, it's going to be the stop. And then these should all reset to 0 again. So let's see how that works. This is really the blind leading the blind here. So be real, you know, this is just me being as transparent as I can possibly be. And hopefully, at this point, it's probably better, more help to don't do what I'm doing, you know? Unless somehow or another. $266, okay. This has got to be 267 if I remember how I did this. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the IBF short. So there's the trigger zone, yeah, the IB high plus 4 ticks, IB low, that's 93 and 94, and that's exactly what this boy over here had to say. If it's less than 93 and greater than 94, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. That's not logical. I should have those numbers turned around and have them correct. And close -1 and open -1 is less than close -1. In other words, it's coming up into the number, into the trigger. And 81, 83, 85, 0. And this, then it would set 85, 1. And then by the fact that it then enters, wait, 5, failure short. I see exactly something wrong. Unless I'm crazy. What is 68? Okay, let's look at that. I think it's supposed to be 58. 58. Well, look at them selling. Good. You guys keep that up. I'm busy doing something more. The high. Oh, that's right. Okay. I don't know. That makes no sense to me. And I don't like things to not make. I don't like it when that happens. Well. The rotational. That is just weird. Why is that? This whole backtesting thing is borderline one of those rabbit holes, you know, where I didn't set out to be an IRT code expert. What I wanted to do was I want to backtest strategy and trade them. Happens to me a lot. That's why I came back to IRT for this process, because I tried Python and, you know, I was able to get all the data pulled out of IRT and into Python and set up all the, you know, basic risk management, the whole risk management element with two-lot and all that kind of thing. And then I started stumbling around on the qualifying the flags and the entry types or the signals. And I realized I don't want to know Python. I don't care. You know, it's not something that I'm too old for that. My mission is, I'm not 20, right? Something, right? I'm not where that's something that would be a good tool to have. I want to be successfully trading. And it's, now I've got to figure out why in the hell this thing took this short right here, when as far as I'm concerned, there's no signal for it. There was an A, yes. There was a B, yes. The trigger should be up to here before it's a short. Now, this was close, but no cigar. I don't know. Other than piss me off. This is the job for something. And approaching the trading like I am, only taking structured trades. And one of the reasons I want to expand my, and validate or vet the next setup is something that has more than one normal signal in a day. Like the VPOC migration or something like that, where you can do some trading. This is a situation where one or two trades, and then, the rest of the day the market's moved away and they are. I don't chase trades. I don't take trades. I don't make them up on the fly. I only take the vetted trades. So here I stand. Here I stand, heart in hand. That worked out like a gazillion bucks. That's one of the first times that's happened. By the way. And I couldn't tell you what this shit's all about right over here. This gap right here, that's not good. That's data delay, lag. I'm not going to mess with it because I don't care. That's just a visualization chart for the opening range trade. And is the volume real low here of my voice and the music? Anybody? Or is my headset just goofy? I bet I know what's wrong. Hold on. My daughter to the rescue. Never mind. Pretty sure I know the problem. Yeah. Never mind. I forgot it. My daughter was listening to my headset on my upper monitor and had the damn thing turned down to 0. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks, Tonio. I figured it out. I had her listen to something in here yesterday night or last night, and she was yipping and yapping at me about why was I trying to deafen her. Yeah, well, you know, when in Rome, I want you to take after your daddy. Deaf. Yeah, that took me by surprise there for a second. I was trying to see if that piano music was any good. Well, this is just freaking frustrating here, boy. I don't know that. Oh, well. Old blue boy sliding off behind the barn there. Over here and do your job, buddy. $75 to 05. 30 handles. Well, 31. I'm going to download this data again just because I'm tired of trying to figure this out. One of the things that I'm not sure I ever went into here in this stream, I talk about the context filter. So my idea was trying to come up with some way to not trade counter trend or against the context, right? What I've come up with so far is essentially it's a basic moving average. But what it is, but it's on volume. And so the criteria is that there, for example, if there's going to be a short, there needs to be the 2 bars. Well, let me put it this way. The average here needs to be less than this value of whatever that line is, that volume weighted something or another here. Now, let me see if I can pull this up so you can see it. Yeah. So it's a volume weighted moving average based on the close, and the period is C1, which I need to change. And it's the 2-color line. And I don't know another way to do it. I've looked at, somebody said try Bollinger Bands, this, which I've never used before, but that looked like a giant load of shit to me. I don't know. I didn't make any sense out of that. One thing I do understand that is could maybe be valid. These are standard deviations away from the center, this is just a moving average, and these are standard one or two standard deviations away from it. That's what the setup is, as near as I can tell. I've never used them before, and I'm not using them now, but I put this stuff on here so I can test it out at night when I'm trying to figure it out. For example, what happened here? Well, it got to 2 standard deviations and then retraced back to the mean, right? So it's kind of a mean reversion idea. Beats the hell out of me, but I'm trying everything I can think of. I don't know what CI is, to be honest with you. I do stuff and then forget what it even is. Oh, that resets the IBIs. So I don't know, I don't know what to think. I'm just trying to keep myself aligned with context And I'm just really disappointed with this this trade right here, because essentially, had it gone to the trigger, and what a beautiful short, huh? If you manage it. But just coming out of no place like this has really got me on my back foot. So I'll try to figure out what I'll have to do, or the only way I know to do it. If somebody else has a better suggestion, let me know. I'll open up these rules and I'll remove the recent changes, which is the ATR and the MA on the trigger, and then I'll run it and see what the backtest is, and then add them one at a time and see if it changes. I don't know what else to do. And I don't have enough time to be jacking around with it. I need to be making 1 or 2 trades a day. That's why I was looking at this random crazy thing. It's a 2-tick stop and a 16-tick target for both T1 and T2. Phenomenally profitable. 7.75 R multiple. Well, here I can show you. I like to lie to you, but I can show you. It's more fun to, oh, this guy. Yeah, this guy here, yeah. You're a sneaky, low-life, scum-sucking pig pedophile. Go to jail, go straight to jail, don't pass, tour, collect, go or collect $200. Jesus, what a mess. Oh, well, anyway. So here is a bunch of, you can see I was busy last night. These are all backtests I was doing last night. So here we are. This is 2-tick stop, 16-tick both ways. No scale, of course. ATR of 7, 498 days, 338 winners, 42, 346 losers, 5, 49% win rate, 14.39 expectancy, the R multiple of 7.2, risk reward ratio of 8, profit factor of 0.9, because it's, you notice that it's about 1.5 points upside down. 2 trades a day, and it's $12,000, which isn't. The thing that's happened when I've added these in is I was having numbers up here in the 24,000, 25,000, that kind of thing. 20, 26, 22, 24, and those numbers are not happening at all now after these changes. So I need to understand why. For example, let's look at the highest one here. Let's look at this 24. What is that? Well, that's a scale. Okay, so that's one of the, God damn it. Yeah, that's a 48.22 and a trail. That's 1,192. You see how the number of trades dropped by the ATR, and that taking away, resetting all the flags to 0 on position close drops from 1129 to 684. But I don't think it makes any sense to have those remain. The purpose of me doing this is for me to be able to trade them, and I would not trade that way. So yeah, it's just, I'm not sure if this is getting better or worse there. I'm not sure if I'm winning or losing. I guess I need to develop an AI persona that's, or, you know, whatever you call the AI person that you pretend you are. Some smoking hot hammer and have her just sell the hell out of those opening range trades, I guess. Jesus. Hi, Lucky. Hi, buddy. Now you want to get in the closet now and then? Well, I guess you can go back to the pre-market and look at that open auction prediction. No, just kidding. Well, that didn't do any good. It did clean up that little mess over here, but it didn't do any good as far as that signal. I'm at a loss, so I'll shut up. Anyway, let's get back to the market now with it. Remember the volume now. If I'm not mistaken, it was pretty light. Let's see if it's changed. Yeah, it's jumped up from 75 or 74, or whatever it was this morning, to 91%. This is, yeah, he's in there. Average volume over 20 days. My wife was just hunting down the true love of her life, the cat, Lucky. That's why I call him Lucky. He eats all the sugar. So this is one of the disadvantages of being disciplined about only trading vetted setups, I guess. And then some, I'm pretty much accepted that the initial balance trades were pretty well defined, and moving on, looking for the next setup. And now this BS happens, and I'm trying to figure out, now I got to fall back, right? Irritating. Very irritating. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here's the interesting little goodie. It's called an auto trend. It draws them automatically. You can change where you want the target, the anchors to be. There's some way you do that magically. I don't remember what it is. As you can see, I've been experimenting and exploring ideas to get this nailed down somehow. And I have very basically low expectations. I'm not, gonna buy a private island in the BVI. I'm just want to have a consistent profitability, modest trades a day, or over an extended period. Well, what the hell's going on with Rod and Company? I haven't even looked. I'm truly disappointed about this trade here. I'm just mystified as to what to do about, what to think about that. This is the sort of behavior that I would have when I did not have the rule set to 0, but this is the first set of rules, so that would not in the first trade, so that would not come into play at all. But this is the kind of thing that would happen. We have some trade up here, and there would have been an A and a B, and then the minute that long was resolved, the criteria would have been met for the short. No matter where it was, it would put it on because of the context filter. But this is not, in no way is this that case. So I'm really just trying to figure out what the hell the deal. Here. No sense struggling along watching me think about this. Okay, are you? Be careful of that, because we've been rotating and hanging on right here in the center. Are you? What was your methodology there to target that? Where did you get short? Papieu? I don't know how to say your name, sorry. I'll just call you Poppy. There you go. Remember, we've only tagged that IB low one time. And if you look at how the profile is building out, it's pretty rotational. So keep your stop tight, and hopefully you've got a risk neutral methodology implied there somewhere. I have a real problem, diddling in the middle or trading from the inside out, especially in a mean reversion day. Now, if you got short up here on the top and you're looking for that mean reversion down to the bottom, fantastic for you and your bank account. I don't know what kind of software you use, or anybody else that's in or around the stream ever, but I'm happy to share. As I'm open and transparent with what I'm doing, what I'm thinking. And if if you're using IRT and would like these chart definitions for anything I've got going on, just whistle, let me know. Also, if you got IRT, I share the session prices with lots of people. So just let me know in the chat. Well, okay now. What did I change? I didn't think I changed anything. I'm going to discard it out. Remember now there's a press conference at the top of the hour, I believe, and a lot of smoke and mirrors going on today, I think. Remember that a trader's first and foremost priority is to maintain their account. Preserve their account. Your account. The account. No account. Whatever. About why the system did this. Damn, you know, I think I've got everything just pretty much lined out and I'm ready to move on, and then not so fast, Einstein. I don't. One thing that I don't know how to do, which may be possible, but I haven't discovered it, is how to save. I am one of those kind of people that does versions. If I have a working version, then I save it as V1, you know, or I take the working version and save it as V1 and then make a change. And I always have V1 or that previous to fall back on. With IRT, I've not been able to figure out how to do that because the rules carry over and are different. They're just more or less associated with the trading strategy or system. So I'm not complaining. I'm just saying if anybody knows how to do that, jump in the chat. That'd be pretty great. I've done a lot, you know, developing of other things, and databases and project system and stuff like that. And that's how I always would do everything with versions. And I'm not used to this. That's not a problem. It's just, you see here on basic rules, like the basic shorts, this is version 5, version 6, you know. On that particular rule, I can do that. But as far as, like, this is the IB version 6, this definition with these rules, but every rule, I don't have a version number on every rule. I guess that's the way to do it, but Jesus. It's kind of a complicated thing because you have to create the rule, then add the rule, then bring the rule up where it belongs, and delete the old one, and you know. And here we go. We got right down to settlement. Previous close is low volume node and spun her around. That's twice, 3 times, 4 times. A lady. However that song went, right? And this is a prime example of that 11th commandment, thou shalt not diddle in the middle. And boy, this is it in spades. POC full session, RTH session, both VWAPs in the mid. Jesus. So in a consolidating environment like this, I'm looking to trade outside in, mean reversion. This would be IB failure trades. Stop outside and targeting the mean, the VPOC. That's basically it. And that's essentially what the system did right here. Exactly. This is a IB failure trade, but I was so put off by why it executed here. I was already, and I believe, that the stream will confirm, I was standing here waiting for it to come up to the trigger and short it. And then I would have trade managed it as far down as I could go. But that took me by surprise right here. And when something goes goofy or unexpected, I immediately hands off to understand what's happening. I would much rather be overcautious and anticipate, and trying to diagnose a problem and miss a trade than to disregard and throw a trade on and then get hammered. You know what I mean? I think that's how I approach it. See what happens is low volume now, dear. Ouch. We're doing the VPOC Kizomba here. Take care, Antonio. All the best. Yeah. Missed that. Sorry. Well, that's pretty interesting. What the hell that was before? Well, it's highly unlikely that anything's going to happen in my world today. And that's perfectly fine. It's boring for the stream, I realize, but I'm not here for adrenaline or dopamine. I'm here to make money. And it's my job. You know, that's why they call it work. That's why they call it a job or a business, not a game. Or I guess that's why they call it. Why they call it work, not the government. Jesus, what a bunch of clowns! I swear to God. Oh, and when they get just called out, barefaced lying up one side and down the other, they don't seem to even be bothered by it a little bit. Not even a little bit embarrassed, or they actually get mad at the person who figured out they were full of crap. It's just amazing to me. I don't get it. Really. It's a crazy world. Crazy world we're living in here. By golly. Well, I tell you what I think. I think this is a really good data. Look into some code for the next strategy and keep my eyes on this market. I'm not going to be excited about participating in this at all, and I hope that you're minding your risk and, get up, look out the window, get outside for a walk. There's no reason to stay staring at this all day. I remember now there's a press conference or something the top of the hour, so be on alert.
Okay, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, it looks like the news conference went off perfect. Maybe not. Had a signal down here, though, in the trade, it looks like. But I don't do that when they're talking. Hope you stayed with your... probably a pretty tough one to stay with, but... That IB low, IB low target. They're up there. Hmm. Well, I don't know here. I'm not understand why I don't see this A flag on the bottom side. B trigger, everybody's okay. Actually, I don't have this short trigger either, which is the reverse of this arrow. Just that little stuff drives me crazy here. But that's not the point that had me confused this morning and why I just stepped away. Is this late entry should be up here. There's no trigger. Back to the drawing board. Okay, we're in the power hour. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. Remember, tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time is going to be non-farm payroll. Depending on your broker, AMP will have raised the margin requirement for intraday to 25%, starting at 5 o'clock this evening when the ETH session opens. And it will stay that way until maybe 15 minutes after the non-farm payroll. So be real careful if you're trading live and if your broker does that. And of course, nobody typically expects non-farm payroll on Wednesday, but there you go. Welcome to the new, whatever. Orange is the new black, I guess. Crazy. Well, basically, rotational. Open auction. That's pretty much what. Now there was that up and a short, and here we had a signal on the downside for the initial balance trades. Certainly, this is a day when you'd be trading the IB failures outside in. Mean reversion. Early on this morning, the opening range trade was great. Okay, so let's see. We've pretty well explained how I approach trading as a business of probabilities and, isolate a signal and it's, or repeat, some event that repeats frequently, and then the parameters that would qualify that as a trade. Capture a significant data set of that set up in those criteria and determine if you have an edge or not. Talked about all of that earlier in the stream. So the next method is, or the next item of business is backtesting. And that's how I determine if a trade is worth, that's how it is. I understand you're supposed to vet a setup. And you do that this way. This is the rules. Call them rules because that's what IRT calls them. These are the trading. Each one of these steps is evaluated in sequence from the top to the bottom by the computer over every 1 minute bar. Wherever it evaluates to true, there you go. Something happens. Or not. These right here are basically housekeeping. These are the rule A, the statistics. Then we have rule B and the trigger and their associated flags. And then down here is trade management with the entry, the shorts, the longs, and then a couple of end of day rules, which are based on my pre-settings. Closes out any open trades at 14:30 or whatever I have it set for. Now, the only way that I find to make this meaningful is to, and according to Statistic, is to backtest this system over a large enough data set that you're outside the possibility of random distribution. The random distribution being an example, we all know a coin flip is 50-50. Then I'm not, never mind about a shaved coin or a fair coin and all that stuff. A fair coin flip is 50-50. Well, would anybody be surprised if you flipped a coin 10 times and you had more stops than targets? More stops. Boy, am I a trader. If you had more heads than tails. Well, of course not. I wouldn't be. I'm sure you wouldn't be either. That is random distribution. You flip that coin 1,000 times. And you will very likely have 50-50. That's statistically significant size data set. So the key thing that I identified early on is that for me to accurately and specifically identify each one of my rules, and there's only 3, to validate an entry over a large enough data set to be meaningful and do them accurately. I don't mean, well, this is close, right? It didn't really close below the IB, but the low was lower than the IB, or you know what I mean? All of those things that humans are so good at rationalizing, there was no way I could do it myself, even though and that's why I originally built this chart, was to graphically display this precise rules and qualifications so that I could say, okay, there's an A, and okay, there's a B, and okay, there's a trigger, and that's it qualifies as short. Now what's happened? Are we going to get an A? Are we going to get does this travel far enough to get a T1? Does it travel far enough to get a T2, or does it stop out? You know what I mean? Well, impossible to do over a large data set, as far as I was concerned. Accurately. And if you don't do it accurately and all things are not equal and specific, then it's not statistically significant. It's not comparing apples and apples. So backtesting. And I tried Python, and I ended up back with IRT and the backtest engine. Now, the way this sets up is the instrument, the contracts, the session, reports that I want to see, you know, the period that I want to backtest, and you can do all kinds of different things. I could do last year or, you know, whatever. In this case, let's do 500 days. So that will look back 500 days from today, and the computer will evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar, 500, whatever 500 trading days are. It's 498, I believe, trading days. How long do you suppose that'll take? Well, there you go. It takes 9 seconds to backtest 498 days, 223,284 1-minute candlesticks. And absolutely, without question, no discretion,
The IB low.
exactly as each rule is written. If you don't like that little nuance, then you need to change it in the rules. It's a pretty incredible tool, actually, I think. And there's a lot of information you get right here in the first report. Total profit, longs, shorts, number of trades, number of longs, number of shorts. It was maximum favorable excursion, maximum adverse excursion, daily or yearly or whatever you want. Capital used on any trade. Capital requirement, but per day, you know. No, I didn't do that very well, did I? Oh, here, this is a handy little tool if you haven't used IRT. This is a good tool to use. I don't know which one this is. Which is this one? That's day by day, detailed report. This is the trade. This is each and every 648 trades, the exact time, entry, exit, rules, and outcome. And what's the other one? This one. There we go. And this one is there's 450 winning trades, average 32.62 per trade. There's 111 losers or stops, and there's 1243. Now the difference between 160 or 561 and 648 are scratches. So there was 6 profit rate, win rate of I don't mean win rate, or risk reward of 2.62, and there's a 69% win rate. What I do is take these numbers and I have a spreadsheet I cooked up right here, and these are, every one of these lines is a back test with all of the varying parameters here, and then the statistics over here. This then gives me what I believe to be a vetted, statistically verified edge, expectancy, win rate, loss rate. You know, they're all different. Consecutive winners, consecutive losers, R factor, R multiple, risk reward, profit factor, days per trade, and of course, total trade and commissions and all that stuff. That way, I believe I have something I can lean on to trade. That's what I call a statistical edge. Now, what I'm going to do here is I can't do it right now, unfortunately, because the system is still, well, it's not really. The system won't take any trades from now on because the EODs are, well, we have an A. It still didn't throw this lower A, and I don't understand what's the matter with that. Have to look into it. It does it on the upside. We have the B. Now, there should have been a short trigger because that was a short trigger right there. Well, no, it won't be. Hi, Panda. How are you? Because I have the context criteria, which will require would require that volume MA to be trending down 2 periods. This thing right here. So that should qualify that for that entry. I'm just trying anything I can think of to come up with a valid criteria. I'm also using the I'm also filtering with the average true range. I made a lot of changes, and I thought I did them incrementally and tested them, you know. The problem is when I'm doing it on the weekend, there's no live data. So I have to use a replay or whatever. This is where you run into trouble. Hi, Panda. What I was going to say was I can shut this off and backtest the opening range trade, which has me kind of puzzled because I'll show you right now. So this is the opening range trade, and you see that it's a stop here. This morning, during the opening range, hey, Lucky, it was a both target winner. This did not penetrate more than 2 ticks above the opening range high, and this was our entry signal here on the opening range low. You see that's this morning at 8:43. I refreshed the data at some point for the system, and turns out this one did go. Now, during the trading session, this is kind of a, had I placed the trade, that's something this is exactly why I'm hesitant to trade this system live rather than in the simulated environment. Now, according to the data this morning at 8:43, and I verified this with the low over here. I verified this high. I said, oh, but that looks like it could have been a signal. And I verified that this bar was the exact same height according to the data, even though it doesn't look like it. Was the same height as the opening range high. 95.75. Well, that's clearly not. Then I refreshed the data, and it says that it was not. It says right there that high is 96.50. Okay, and that's 95.75, and 2 ticks is 96 quarters. So this is 1 tick in, a trigger by 1 tick. Boy, that's Meaning that this was a stop, and as opposed to a 2-tick winner, a 2-profit winner. That is weird. Huh. And I'm not sure what to do about that. Of course, if I put it on Rhythmic, had it been sent to Rhythmic, that would have, there'd be no question about it. It would be a trade. Or Bookmap, that would be a trade. And I refreshed this data, I don't know, an hour or two later when I redid the, you download the data, it's real simple. You just go like that. Let's do that right now, as a matter of fact, and see if it changes it again. Huh. That's not good. Anyway, you get the point. That's how I do it. And I was going to do the back test. The reason I did this opening range trade thing, which I explained a long time ago, I hear a lot of people on YouTube, about every 3 months or so, they come out with this is my favorite trade, 100% win rate, what, you know? And the conjecture, the theory is that those specific kinds of people don't really make any money trading. They make their money from subscriptions and advertising on YouTube, from subs. And that about every 3 months, they'll take a real common trade like that, very simple common trade that has a lot of history on, in the market. In other words, there's an opening range every day, isn't there? And you can go cherry pick all the examples you want to show in your video. And they never trade them live. It's always videos about how I did all this stuff. So I wanted to see if it was true or not. And the reason behind that is, the theory behind it is, they do that about every 3 months to get another batch of newbie subscribers who believe that this person is trying to really help them succeed and giving them some great inside tip, when in reality they're just getting more subs to generate more income for themselves. I have no clue. And that's why I did this myself. I don't want to, on the refresh, it showed it again. Well, so I don't want to say one way or another, I don't want to say that person's good or bad or something else. What I want to say is that I want to do the data myself, so that shouldn't take anybody's rules or word for any of this backtesting stuff or statistics. You should do your own, including me. Even though, I'm probably as straight up or more straight up than anybody in that I trade live every day, 7 hours, completely openly and transparently on the channel here, and I go show in detail the backtesting and how I derive the statistics. I don't know of anybody else that does that. But still, Do your own due diligence. All right, so obviously there's a lot of issues going on here with the data, and I don't remember ever having a situation where that occurred. Like we just witnessed together on the opening range trade, where it was clearly during the opening range, it was clearly a, and it's back there in the. Hopefully it's back there on the. Well, it's definitely in the stream. Whether I got it in the chapter markers or not, I'm not sure. And then when I refresh the data some hours later, it turns out it's not. Pretty weird. Anyway, that's that. I'm going to, I'll pull into the market recap at the bottom of the hour, and then we'll look for the on close orders at 1450. On close imbalance, I'm sorry. In the meantime, I'm going to be figuring out that's pretty weird. Okay. Market recap. It was an open range day, open auction, just as anticipated in the pre-market. Look back around 15 minutes in, and there you go. And that's basically what we've had. Or about a 25 handle range, 30, I guess. And 40 maybe. And that's that. I think now, as I did earlier this morning, the market is really anticipating what that non-farm payroll number and some of the other data points coming out this week are going to be. And, the administration is doing they're putting all the talking heads out they can to try to put out a narrative. And I don't know if it's just me, or maybe I'm just contrarian enough to, when I see all of these guys out in force trying to stress a narrative, the first thing that I think is, there must be something wrong. Because if the numbers were good and if everything was as they say it is, they wouldn't need to be all over the place. Trying to sell the narrative. So that's got me on alert, shall we say. There we are. Two basic distributions. They didn't keep it at one. They didn't go very far in any direction. And they poked up a little bit of yesterday's high, and now here they are down in the range, and likely going to close it down here. We're still we never got past about 95% volume today, and we're down in the 2.25 handle on the 1 minute ATR. So let's look at the bigger picture here. Investing.com. Filter for whatever you want, time zone reports, whatever. The thing I like about investing.com is it only shows real, scheduled, normal economic reports and numbers. You'll notice that there's no press conference or signing something or whatever else going on here. And I appreciate that, because these are numbers that we've come to expect over the years. Non-farm payroll, first Friday of every month at 5:30 to 7:30 in the morning, 20 years. You can take it to the bank, usually. Lately, in this past, I think 2 or 3 times so far since this administration's been in last year, that hasn't happened for various reasons. But anyway, something else I like about the investing.com is that any of these titles turn to URLs. If you don't know what core retail sales is about, you can click on that, and let's hope it loads up, and it'll show you what the reports are, who puts the report out, what the history's been, what times they've been. You see, they've been all the times that they've been put out over the past long time, and who does it, and all of that stuff. Pretty handy. We are also in earnings now, earnings season. I think we've got NVIDIA left to go as far as the Mag 7 goes on the 25th, somebody was telling me. And there you can see that there's a lot of earnings every day. That's why I don't post these. This is just today. Yeah, still going. There you go. And tomorrow will be a lot of them also. Let's see if there's any biggies. I don't think so, and I don't really worry about the earnings at this point. Now, here we go, and this is really important. We've got Cisco before the bell. We've got, these are earnings still, I'm sorry. Let's get over here. And let's look at tomorrow. Well, the granddaddy of them all, which was supposed to have been last Friday, 7:30 tomorrow. So this is going to be a big watershed moment tomorrow, I believe. And then the balance of the week we have home sales. Ooh, CPI, GDP. These are also margin increase events. Yeah, there's about 4 reports that where they in the CME raises the intraday margin requirements, and they will do so tonight at 1700 when the ETH system session opens, and they will stay elevated until non-farm payroll, about 15 minutes after non-farm payroll in the morning. So if you've got a smaller account and you're trading, be careful. It goes from, for example, if you're trading the minis, it goes from $500 to 5,900 more or less. Pretty significant deal. That's okay. So there we go for this particular one. Now here's Financial Juice, also free. You can filter it, not as well, but you can filter it, and they do something that I really appreciate, which is pull in these non-typically economic or finance events which may have a market moving component. Trump signing something, Trump speaking on Fox Business, that's really likely to have something, but it's at 1500, so thank goodness it's away from our live session or the cash market. And then on the right side over here is a more of a squawk box. This is where we'll have the session market on close imbalance orders will report up over here, and that's at 1450. So there you go. The stream is every day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon. Start with setting up everything in the pre-market and all of those things, the statistics, etc. So yeah, we'll stand by here until we get the market on close and balance, and then we'll take it into 1500 and close it for the day. I'm just kind of really scratching my head about why that's really bad news. I don't know what to think about that. I'm still scratching my head over this damn opening range trade thing. Yeah. Well, looks like we're gonna close her down. Papier, I hope you had a nice ride to that IB low. That's assuming you continued with that. That's been a good long haul and a good profit from 10:30 this morning. That would have put you, well, I'm afraid if you only got in around the POC, you probably had some unfortunate experience up here around 11 when they pulled it up. But otherwise, it was a sweet ride all the way down. Eight minutes till that market on close stuff. And then we'll take it into the top of the hour and reset for another day. It's really got me, really has me bothered. As I stand here, I'm wondering how often that kind of thing happens and I don't know it, and I've been cost me a trade or something. Also, I'm trying to figure out how I can absolutely determine the high of the first 1 hour as Bookmap would see it. You know? Because that's where my trade would be executed. Maybe Rhythmic. That's probably the best thing. I'll open a Rhythmic RTrader Pro chart. In case you don't know what that is. That is, where is it? Rhythmic RTrader Pro right there. This is Rhythmic RTrader Pro. And they have charts and all that other stuff. I'm going to open that and see what their bar chart shows for the first 1 minute later today, after the close. First thing I'm going to do right after the close, when there's no data feed, is use the playback in IRT and play back that first 1 hour and see exactly how that plays back now. And also see if I can jump to the end of the day and see why those A's and B's aren't firing properly still at the bottom down there. Back here. And of course, every time I refresh, those signal markers go away. So that's also annoying. Okay, 1.5 minutes for the market on close. Let's get ready for that. That'll appear over here. And we'll watch and see what kind of reaction we get right here in the current market. Be aware that this is the RTH or the POC for the RTH session. Down, up, hold. This is the full session over here. All right, 30 seconds. Try not to crunch my pistachio in your ear here. I'm really disappointed about that. It seems like I'm 1 step ahead and 2 steps back. Obviously, I didn't take any trade. I didn't lose any money. That's not the point. The point is, I am very, very focused on this Veta. There's the 1450. You see that bounce? That's the market on close and balance right there. Ooh, a little more of a reaction than usual. Yesterday, remember, there was 1,200,000,000 and some million S&Ps to close sell orders on the imbalance. Let's see what today brings. Well, there we go. Really light. 190 million buy-side or S&Ps, 138 million sell-side NASDAQ, 4 million Dow, 156 million Mag 7. That's really light. There you are. That's the market on close orders. And look at, oh, sorry. This might have been what you wanted to see right there. And there's the big sell down. So we'll see what happens. Take it into the top of the hour. which would be the session close, the cash session close. Still one more hour for the RTH session. Then there's the session break, and it starts back up again at 1700. So, yeah, remember that the most important tool you've got in your trading office is you. And I mean that seriously. You are all the time and money we spend on monitors and software and strategies and, indicators and mentoring and blah, 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 whatever else it is. And pay no attention to ourselves, a lot of us, and stop and think about what happens. Your eyes take in all that data. Your mind processes all that data, and it prompts your body to make a trade which affects your financial future. Be well hydrated, be well rested. Don't trade if you're on emotional tilt. Get some exercise, be fit, rest your eyes take a break every couple hours in the day. Look down the street, look in the neighbor's yard, whatever it is. Rest those eyes. Be sure you're fit. Exercise, eat properly. Remember that this is a zero-sum business. And that means that there is no trade ever executed that doesn't have one buyer and one seller. No possibility that there's more sellers than buyers or vice versa in futures. What does that mean? Well, it means that every one of these sell orders here, there was somebody on the other side of every one of them buying. How will that person make money when the market goes the other way? The market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down. It's the old story we all laugh about all the time, but it's the truth. The market goes down to go up, goes up to go down, down to up to down to up to down to up, and where's it going to go down? All of this buying. There was somebody on the other side accumulating inventory. And what did they do? How did the market react for that other participant to profit? Right there. And typically, the people with enough horsepower to do that are the higher time frame. The traders that work for them are some of the most highly educated folks around. They're mostly all young, and they're mostly all really fit. And they are extremely well funded and supported by the organization, whoever it may be, Goldman Sachs or whoever. And they don't care who you are or me. Their job is to come into the market and be that person in that zero-sum trade. Their goal is to be, their mission in life is to be the person that wins that trade, not the person on the other side. So you better be ready for have your best game on every morning. Absolutely. And I'm not kidding. That's as, if not more serious than, all the statistics and picking out a proper strat and a strategy and an entry and all that kind of thing. And you know how much attention and I pay to that. That's my main focus, is properly vetting statistically, verifying that these strategies have an edge. And look at us selling down. Gonna get it down to 69.45 again? That's been a number they haven't been able to stay away from for a couple of weeks. Try not to get in another order right here. There we are. That's been the POC and the high volume node forever. Here you are. Look at all the times we've come around that and hovered over it. Now I'm going to do something so I don't have what happened to me yesterday happen to me today, which is I was talking about that exact thing and trying to adjust this price here, and I accidentally drifted into the live data column and was in the trade before I could say don't. Now I'm conditioned for that to immediately flatten and cancel. Cost me 4 ticks on 2 contracts, but still not a pleasant experience. Look at them go. Got to be real careful about that. This column right here is super dangerous. If you have that chart column selected and you click somewhere, you're in a trade whether you want it to be or not, or at least have an order on. If you have that chart selected, or both. I talked about that this morning in the pre-market. Oh. Yeah. Two minutes until the top of the hour, and then I'm going to be a busy little beaver getting set up for the session shutdown on trying to figure out this backtesting and that drama around the opening range trade. That really disappoints me. Well, they got down there quite a ways. Oh, look at here. 10 seconds. Oops. I didn't even know. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that was working. Yeah, that's working. Okay. Those buttons on my mixer, I never even think about them. Oh well. Okay, so it's 15:34. The stream has been 7 hours and 34 seconds. I really appreciate you coming by, Pape. Thanks a lot for dropping in the chat. I really appreciate you coming by. I hope to see you tomorrow, every day, every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning. If the session prices would be handy for anybody or you could use them, let me know. I'm happy to share them freely. I push them live continuously from 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday. You can put them in the cloud notes or the indicators or any other software that you might use. It's a URL to Google, so it's safe and all those things. Yeah. What's going on here now? Why is this doing something weird? What the hell is going on? Well, I don't know why that went wonky, but I guess it did. There it is. So here we are. There's our day. Their cache is closed. We will now continue on until 1600, and then I'll restart everything. So have a great, get out of your basement, put your pants on, get out of your grandma's basement, look outside. That big bright thing in the sky is called the sun. And I hope you had a great day. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. And I will be back here at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'll be working into the night on this. My problem with this whole code thing is I am an old cowboy from Montana, and that's no exaggeration. I'm not a code wizard guy or any of that stuff, so I'm just doing this best I can. And that's probably why it could be a bit humorous to some of you fellas who are more competent at this than I. But have a great night, and I will see you